Alrighty, hello, and welcome back to some good old game development. Hope everyone's having a good day so far. Hope everyone's having a good one. I am getting ready for the day, so give me a moment. Hey, Clap, how's it going? Alright, there we go. Is that a drawing stream on the schedule? It is a stream of some kind. We'll see. Doing good, at work. Fair enough. Oh. Okay, where is my stuff? There it is. Alright, I just do this, and this. Now, ooh. Don't die, music. Alright, there we go. Alright, where am I at the moment with what I am doing? Okay, so I need go here. So I'm gonna do a little bit of work on UI and stuff, and getting leveling further along. It's kind of the general goal of today, very loosely being the case. Okay, so that's all the positional data. Now what do I need? We need the amount. So other will be player. There we go. Can't believe you'd keep us in suspense like that. Well, you know. No, I thought it would be interesting to just, like, have a stream where we just commit to doing creative things. Throughout it, there's at least 2 things I want to see about working on that day. Whether we work on both of them is fine, if it's not the case. But, like, it's basically there's 2 ideas for that day, at least, to cover up time. And they're fairly different, so that's why I say, like, it's just creative mess. It's just being creative. Because, as we learned from that one YouTube trend thingy at the time of "Don't hug me, I'm scared," let's be creative. But you see, green is not a creative color. God, though, that was revolutionary when that stuff came out, by the way. I don't think many people remember it, though. Especially knowing that there was like 3 of them? 3 of them? 4 of them? Or something like that? Of the Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared series. Was a time. Alright. Let's see, there we go. Hey, Sweep, how's it going? I'm sorry I'm not old enough to know what you're talking about. That or I just live under a rock too hard. It was fairly, I wouldn't say early YouTube, but like by the grand scheme of things, you could probably consider it early YouTube. Like, I think if I look it up, I'm going to assume I'm going to see 10, 15 years ago it was uploaded. Yeah, 2011 was when it came out. So that's why I say, like, it's a long time ago. It's nearly 15 years ago. That's painful. That's actually kind of painful to feel. Oh, that's rough. If you want to be, like, highly disturbed, I guess it's a worthwhile watch. I was watching another old man while I was waiting for you to go live, an orc named Randon. Kinda realize you two share some similarities. Randon. Do I know that? Oh, I do know of him. Yeah, I've watched a bit of his stuff. Yeah, he's the himbo guy that's like the big ass orc in a white shirt, right? And like a business shirt. Yeah. Randon the orc. Yeah, I fucking love him. Sorry if I look at it all. How dare you? This is when I pull out my yandere energy, right? I remember he was actually someone I believe I used to inform a lot of stuff for myself early on with how VTubing would be for men, because he's actually been someone that talked a bit about it. I'm assuming you know why he's known, right? Yeah. But, like, yeah, no, that was one of the things, because early on, he was actually someone that, like, really heavily talked about that. I think he was the person that brought up, and, like, disproved, in a sense, the most, the male VTuber curse. Minecraft Let's Play. Dude, I remember watching, both... Like, there's two old school Minecraft Let's Plays that I remember, and these, like, really show how long I've been watching YouTube for. There's the original, like, Shadow of Israfel Yogscast stuff, and then there's also the Factory that was the one that I watched the most, the Jaffa Cake Factory, because that was also when Duncan was doing his series in the castle, and when Rithian was doing his series, which I fucking loved Rithian's series. And then the other one is the Let's Play guys, from Rooster Teeth, doing it. Where, like, the only one of them that's kind of, like, active now is, I think, Ray. And that was because he left and then started doing independent streaming. I think that's what I'm remembering. I have actually seen Ray from time to time, like, pop up in my feed. I'm glad to see that he's doing pretty well. Wait, why am I doing self? That's not what I need. Wow, did I seriously just write what I think I did? That's kind of impressive. Let's see. Alright. So, good, I swear. Working on right. So, what am I working on right now? So I've been delaying this for a long time. This is the systems that will be needed to do both debugging and long-term actually having working, leveling up, and just experience-related stuff, which is a massive aspect of these kinds of games. is one of the core mechanics is to kill enemies, gain experience from that, gain levels, improve your equipment, kill enemies faster, repeat process to get to the end of the run. In Vampire Survivors, you do it to survive. In this, you're trying to do it to, again, like, as a reminder, this is a boss rush mentality. You're supposed to kill things to get bosses to spawn, to kill bosses, to repeat that process a set amount of times, and then you win the run. So the entire point of this game is to actually get faster. It's not for survival sakes. It's for your... Again, the loose story of this game is always funny to me. Because I had someone demand there be a story for this game, and there has only ever been this much story for it. This is the idea that this is what VTubers do in their spare time, is that they take on, like, isekai-level commissions, and they go to a location, they go defeat bosses, and then they're done. And then they come back. That is it. So that's why it feels very speedrunny, because you are going to this location to do this thing. That is the mission. So why would it be a survival at that point? But yeah, the loose story is that. It's nothing grander than that. Because if I commit more to a story, what do I gain from that? It would actually just be more restrictive and more frustrating at that point. It is supposed to be a game focusing primarily on its gameplay. Why have you been procrastinating on it? Sounds like the funniest part. What are the challenges? So, the leveling up stuff, again, I hate doing UI, because UI stuff is a lot of just repetitive actions with small-scale changes over and over and over again to get things right and to get them working. And I'll openly admit to this, I've got a very perfectionist streak. I don't like using dev UI. I personally have a lot of problems while I'm doing UI stuff that's dev UI-esque. That is bad. That is a bad thing that I have going for me. That is not how you should handle this sort of stuff. And that is one of my biggest, like, problems in general with this. Like, that's on me. So, that is why this has been so procrastinated on, because to do leveling up, I need to do UI. And to do the UI that I'll need for this, I don't need to actually do real UI. I need to just have stuff implemented to display things. And I hate it. I really do. This is why the card game hasn't progressed pretty much at all, is because while I can probably get all of the core mechanics done for the game, I hate looking at a shitty version of it all. Does that make sense? Like, I'm great with the implementation process and then, like, a couple of cleanup steps. I suck with doing other things. I can get away with doing default UI on programming normally, or like default UI for non-games, because like I'm used to that. But with games, it just feels wrong to me. Meaning you already did the gun part, the planning, and what remains is what you hate. Yeah, kinda. It's just, I dislike the process of it all. Because it just feels wrong. Like, there's so many things I need to be working on, and, like, you'll find very quickly with me is I don't like excessive micro adjustment during code and having to like launch, unlaunch, launch, and like do these sorts of micro adjustment things. That's why I kind of don't like rewriting things very often. And just instead making adjustments as I go. But obviously, like, for example, characters, that's a big delay as well. I'm procrastinating a shitload on them because I have to just, every time I go to do something new with a character, I have to implement a whole lot of old processes again in a modernized form. Not fully against, it's just very tiresome after a while. But the problem is, the two things I have to work on at this point that actually need to be worked on are implementing characters and their abilities and everything, and working on the level up system. These are the only two things I should be working on right now. And both of which I fucking hate. Because it's just tiresome. So this is definitely kind of that, like, bottlenecking point for me. That is resulting in, like, much slower outcome than it should be. But yeah, no, that's kind of the general thing. Alright, so this should resolve writing that out every time and doing excessive re-referencing. One of the biggest weaknesses you face as a solo dev is there's parts where you have to deal with what you hate the most. Yeah. I mean, yeah, exactly that. There's something like this in Avatar too, right? Wait, what do you mean? I mean, to be fair, I did finish watching Avatar over the weekend, which was fucking great. I guess, yeah. There are things that you dislike you don't want to do, so you have to try and find your way of doing it and stuff. How hard would it be to add in-game displays and buttons to change UI scaling, positioning, etc.? So, like, you can adjust it and just copy the values in later? Is that even possible? So, to answer that, it is possible. The problem is at this stage, the amount of work required to do that would be insane. However, there are more than enough ways to do it. The problem is that you have to understand, GameMaker has one glaring weakness it has that a lot of other systems don't quite have as obviously. Which is it doesn't have great UI architecture. Doing stuff like buttons are actually really frustrating in GameMaker. Buttons, drag drop bars, all sorts. I have done them before, in the previous ones and other games and stuff like that, they are sometimes the most finicky things to get right. I have not done any of it yet, so it makes it a lot more difficult. Could I do something to augment positioning somewhat with the UI? Sure. But to what you're suggesting, with like, I could do UI scaling, positioning's a bit harder. So it's more of a game engine problem. Not fully, it's kind of, think of it like this, right? So we've talked before how game engines have advantages and disadvantages. Game Maker itself has got a lot of advantages, but one of its like core disadvantages is complex UI. While it can be done, it requires a lot more work on the user end, like on the developer end, to make that work. One of the best examples I can give for this is actually there's a really telling thing for this, with the previous game, which is how, so, I think I've shown it before, but like when you use one of the ultimate abilities, there is a big animation that plays on the screen for it, right? But no, you are right, Sweeb, with the opposites thing. Because Earth is the opposite to air. So Aang struggled with the core tenets of it for, like an episode. So I don't think that's an inaccurate thing. It's just, yeah, it was, again, him finding his way of understanding how it works. But I'll show what the UI element I'm talking about looks like, and then we'll show how it's done. And you'll see really quickly how, like, more interesting UI stuff is done really sketchily in this. If this ever fucking loads. It's getting there. But yeah, no, how I did the alt animations before was like held together with fucking duct tape and bubblegum. Like it's rough as hell, and it required a lot of repetition of like exactly what I talked about with what I dislike about UI, where it's change magic number here, and repeat process. So if we launch the game, I think it would be fastest to show on Fumoko, because they have one of the smallest alt charges, because it's part of their bloody kit. They have to change regularly. Alright, come on. Oh yeah, also my music's super low because it's still got the old thing. Give me a sec, I'll put the music back up. It's at least more hearable. Though my computer is struggling at the moment because, surprisingly enough, launching a game on this scale is, with everything else running, is a bit rough. Give it a moment. I believe in you, buddy. Come on. It's almost there. There you are. Okay, so I said let's swap to full Moko for their ult, because that'll just make it easier. So, watch the left side of the screen, and you'll see a very big animation effect on the UI when I use my ultimate. And we're about to do ultimate now. Right? And you see that. And then, again, we can use it again here. Right, so that's the ult animation that plays for every character when they ult. The color is signified by the character color, denoted by a bunch of things, actually, that denote that character color. Ironically enough, Fuwamoko is one of the most unique ones with it, because hers actually swaps based on which sister you're playing as. So if you watch me swatching back, should have it go blue, because, you know, we switched to Fuawa. Then it goes pinky purple because we switched to Mokoko there. Alright, so that's the animation. Every character has that kind of animation play for their ultimate. Literally the rule of thumb is whatever the color here for their naming, because that's their color with quotation marks. Whatever that is and whatever their full splash is what will turn up. Okay. And then... boom. See? Alright. So we're showing how it looks. And we're showing it on different characters. So if I go to find that code... if I recall correctly, it's attached to the player. I think it's attached to the player. Come on. Yeah, here we go. This here is the code for it. This is, yeah, you can see here, EX playing visual. So this is playing the ultimate animation. So if we go through this, you'll see very quickly what I mean by it's a fucking mess. So, we'll draw the splash background. Then we draw the splash. Right? And then what we're doing with this is we're putting it at 0, and then we're minusing it by the width, halved, plus the current played offset number. Then, with the actual splash, we're doing way more than that. Because we want them to look different. Because that's how come, like, the character comes out slightly differently than the background. And also the background's, like, slightly transparent. As you can see here, that's where the character color is attributed to. Then we increase this timer. And with the offset, we'll have basically whether or not it should be in reverse, which is where a lot of this stuff comes in. Figuring out where it's at, pushing it along further, all sorts of stuff. This is a foul bit of code for what I'm doing. But it is probably one of the most linear and easy to replicate versions of what I needed to do. And in fact, I'm probably going to do something similar again with it. Not much difference needs to be made, because this was a lot of magic numbers, but those magic numbers were fucking on point. It comes out with a really cool effect. That's what I hate about UI. And it's what I kind of dislike, especially with UI and Game Maker, is that this is what you need to do to make a single visual thing look kind of interesting. And the problem is I can't localize a lot of these variables. A lot of these variables you see in here are variables I have to set on the model. Yeah, up here. Because if I don't hard set them, I have no reference point for them. And it becomes an even greater mess. Play UI core. Current experience. Get. Turn that off. Okay, there we go. If it isn't too distracting, remind me why you picked Game Maker and how other Game Maker games deal with it. No, I can happily talk to that. So Game Maker was picked for doing this game because of its easy level access to getting into it. Also, hey, you devil, how's it going? It's something that, like, really was appetizing for me, because I was coming into game development after having not programmed for like 4 or 5 years. So I was kind of like, I was concerned that it was going to go very poorly for me. is the short answer. So, I came into it expecting a hell of a failure. We worry about distraction levels, that's a good point. So I straight up just like, I did it because it was an easier to get into system. That's it. That is honestly the biggest answer. Player level system. We don't need this. It's not owner I want, it's... game manager. There we go. But yeah, no, that's kind of the biggest answer. I wanted to do a 2D simple game. This ticks that box. How other games deal with a lot of these issues is they don't have someone that hates the UI as like fervently as I do. As well as they just tend to find good architecture for it. I've not come across people doing UI significantly differently than I have done it a few different ways. Because at this point in time, I've done about UI like 4 different ways. And the easiest way to do it is via structs. Is to like have a bunch of structs basically that host all of the UI data and UI elements, and that's where you can do draw with, like you can do with effects with it. Because it means that you can reference the struct and pull the data out of the struct really cleanly. Again, my friend had an incredibly well designed UI architecture that I developed further. If I was to pull it up. That is an example of like it. Like here, you're gonna see a lot of fucking shit. This is how UI looks. UI is a rough fucking time, regardless of what you do. But this is kind of what it comes down to. And like this is, there's just so much going on. And that was just the create event that we've just scrolled through. Then there's the step event, then there's the draw event, then there's the draw UI event, then there's the room setting event. That's kind of how it goes. That's like the point with how UI is just inherently speaking. And this is also not including the functions that are in like scripts. It's just frustrating, so I'm going to copy and paste a lot. The fact that Malice seemed to be okay with the stream just being derailed and sent into the stratosphere most of the time, I'd be more worried about being a distraction. Yeah, that's a good valid way of putting it. Explain why you use GameMaker for the 3rd time. Hey, now. Distractions are the main content of the dev streams. Yes. That's literally like the goal, is to see how far I can get off topic. I mean, I could talk about Avatar and how, like, the play episode, the, was it the Ember Island Players episode? That's the last one before the final, like, stretch of 4 episodes is fucking amazing. Like, I absolutely adore that fucking episode. It's such a good element of storytelling and satire on its own series. Like, there's one moment in particular that I was very clearly the writers writing in a criticism that they kind of agreed with, which was Jet. When they're in the Earth Kingdom, Jet, which is the guy that's like Katara's kind of first love interest, he gets, like, hit by a rock or something like that, and they're just like, oh my god, is he, wait, like, did Jet just die? And it's like, actually, you know what? Never was really clear. And, like, oh yeah, it's like, oh yeah, it was not really clear in the, and it's like, yeah, because it wasn't clear in the original. We actually don't know if Jet's dead. I guess he is? We've just never seen anything about him. I feel like last dev stream was 85% yapping, 15% actual game dev. Yeah. There's some dev streams that are like a lot of work getting done, and then there's some dev streams that there is like no work getting done. And I like that. It's fun. Alright, let's see what happens if I launch this if it crashes. And then obviously the best part, fully, wholeheartedly, about the Ember Island play is Toph. We started watching YouTube things after programming 15-20 minutes, and like 90% of the 4-hour dev stream was not even opening up the programming tab. Yep. 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 It'd be like that. It do indeed be like that. Hello. Argument is not a method unable to call. Interesting. Cooldown functions. Cooldown, check, game manager. I think that was a timing thing. Yes, no, last week was the Jacko pose one. We should do that again. I don't think my back is ready for doing that again. Okay, I want to see if that was a chase code scenario, because I think that might have been a chase code scenario. If it's consistent, then I need to do something. Well, if it's a chase code scenario, I need to also do something, but you know. To be fair, I haven't gotten any artwork stuff done that I want to show on stream, like, during the weekend. Yesterday, I tried my best to take the day off, like, fully. No, it's consistent. Okay. That does mean I really need to deal with this right now. Okay. So what is causing the problem? Argument is not a method unable to call. Let's do this in debug mode so I can actually see the stats. But I guess the posing could be funny. I mean, I could draw more. Have I shown the last one I was working on that I'm pretty sure I can't put on stream? Yeah, I think I showed like one of the early drafts of it. The Narissa one. The second Narissa one that I'm drawing in my free time. Yeah, that one's, I can't wait to do that one. Finish it. Okay. Variables. I want to look at cooldown list. Should be under self. Why is there a string getting added here? Wait, what? Hello? Who the fuck's adding a goddamn string to my cooldowns? Yeah, there's just a function getting added, it looks like. No, that's a separate thing. Okay, that's a different layer. I was about to fucking say, it's like, what's that? Right, so that's the pickup, that's an undefined, and that's just another one that's kind of undefined. What is this one? Function is undefined for this. What is your arguments? Nothing. There is a 0.25 cooldown. What is the 0.25 cooldown? There's something that was 0.25 cooldown. You've been under funny pharmaceuticals when writing this line? Probably. Alright, what got posted in the thing? Oh, yeah, I do need to actually look at that debut y'all were talking about, because, like, I haven't actually looked into that one yet. Ask Malith making me imagine the meme where you shove a stick through the tires of your own bike. It's not far off. It's not far off. So who the fuck's adding things to my goddamn array? Oh, that's right. Okay, I'm actually going to search 0.25 throughout my entire document and find all instances of it. So there's the leveling system, and then there's the enemy status trigger. It's probably not the enemy status trigger. It's probably this one. This is why I have names for these. Oh, that's why. Alright, there we go. Let's see if that fixes it. The greatest 15 minutes of your life, yeah. With what you guys were saying, it looked really funny with whatever happened. I do need to have a look into it, though, because again, if a VTuber pops up, I feel like I need to put in my effort and see. Okay, I'm not gonna talk about what it is, but there was something I saw over on Twitter that I wanna kinda talk about. Yeah, that solved it. That, like, just fucking upsets me a little bit. Right? So, have y'all come across the issues where, like, every once in a while, like, there is a drama, quotation marks, between individuals, and there's just no evidence of it. And it just feels like people are reading into certain things way too fucking much. And feel like they're just making playground level drama to occur. I don't follow drama, neither. I actively avoid that shit. Pointers, like I said, I'm not gonna say individuals involved or anything like that because I don't want to give any, like, legitimacy to this argument. But I saw the other day, someone had liked and retweeted an image, and then had unretweeted that and retweeted a version of the image without a background. And the reason, and like the thing is, the one that had the background had other characters in it. And people were trying to read this as a way of them saying that they don't want to be involved with those individuals. I'm like, holy shit, how desperate do you need to be for that argument? That's what you're doing with this. Keep in mind, I could make arguments of how, like, oh, the original piece didn't have the art tags of the other individuals. So that could be an argument there. Also, it's the piece that, like, they retweeted only one, because that's typically the case, you only retweet one. But they retweeted the one that is focused on them. That makes a lot of sense as well. It also means that, like, they could potentially be using that one as, like, a thumbnail thing. Like, stuff like that. They said that the VTubers did not collab since the announcement, but that is incorrect. Yeah. From what I'm hearing, Devil, you probably know exactly which scenario I'm talking about, and you can see why I'm like, I don't even want to say who's involved in it, because of how that might arguably be considered giving legitimacy to it. And I'm just, like, so done with that. Yeah. Like, it's so dumb to read that far into that stuff. And I'm like, how desperate do you need to be for drama to exist? Like, that's insane to me. It was just people on 4chan having a psychotic break because she had a partner, and yeah. Yeah. There's all sorts of weird shit going on with that. Again, want to stress, this is normally a very vocal minority that, like, nobody pays attention to. The point is, though, I just want to bring that up of, like, a topic point to go, hey, wow, that's insanely weird. I just laugh and chatters are doing it again. Yeah, it's fair. Like, it's so fucking disappointing to see people like this. Right. That's all I can think, because, like, again, I want to stress, I think overall the VTube community are really good people. I like to at least think that way. I think that there's a lot of supportive and awesome people out there, and it's just these small minority groups that just make me sad. Right? I'm making a Noxie hates Malith drama. Donkey, hell yeah. But you know, it's just such a fucking dumb thing. It's genuinely such a dumb thing. If you don't like drama, then you might not like Parrot, because he makes a lot of content out of 4chan memes by showing them and laughing at them mentally unstable people. They make wild shit up. I mean, yeah, probably long term. Like, I tend to avoid drama stuff in general, like the plague, just because I don't, like, do y'all know what I mean when I say, like, I've got enough drama in my life? I would prefer just not to get other people's drama in my life unless they personally come to me for help and advice or, like, stuff like that. Or just a vent. Like, I'm fully okay with that. I'm just not someone that seeks out drama most of the time. The only times I do is to inform myself about a situation that has some relevancy to me. The reason why I'm even talking about this one is because it's VTuber related and it's VTube community related. And that's arguably relevant to me being a person that's actively right now developing a game. Like literally right in front of us, developing a game around that. You do sound like a very unfortunate person in a way. Damn. Oh, you guys want to hear something? Actually, you'll all fucking love this. So, one of my mates came around with his partner and his kids, right? And like they were being little shits. It's great. But when we were having dinner, so we were all sitting down, me, Noxy, Snakers, and them. The fucking audacity of these shitbags, I swear to God. So I'm the youngest person out of all of the adults there, right? And these little fucking shitbags have the fucking gall to, like, something was made a joke about how it's like, oh, you can call him one of the nicknames in the friend group, or the old man. At the joke of the channel name, right? And the kids go like, oh yeah, well, that makes sense because he's got grey hairs. And every adult at the table just froze for a moment. Like, everyone just eyes wide for a split second and slowly peek at me, and I'm just like, well, it was good hanging out, everybody. I'm just gonna... I'm just gonna leave. I've... Oh my god! Those fucking kids roasted the shit out of me. Like, on multiple occasions, but that one fucked me up, man. And it's worse because, like, everyone else at the table was like, he's not got that, like, it's not, and it's just like, the kids are like, no, can't you see them right there? Like, everyone, and it's just, you can see those people holding the fuck back on jokes and everything because they're like, nah, this is already too fucking mean. I got fucking destroyed. Dude, kids are cruel. Kids are cruel, Jack. Kids are cruel. And that was fucking funny. To be fair, also one of the kids, basically just pointed at me and said, "You're funny." And I'm like, I didn't think I made that many good jokes. And she's like, nah, you're just funny. You didn't make funny jokes. You're just funny. And I'm like, all right, then. Okay. I don't know if I can take that as a compliment. Those kids were mean, man. They were just mean. There's one funny man. Yeah, exactly. Fuck me, I guess. Like, that shit was really funny. I have to say. I loved that as well. But fuck me, I was not prepared for just the gray hairs comment, because I'm just like, that... It reminds me of that one time during my degree where, like, everyone's guessing each other's ages sort of thing. And someone was like, oh, you're like this old. And I'm like, why do you think I'm that old? And it's like, oh, it's because of the wrinkles. And everyone's like, you don't have wrinkles, man. And I'm like, yeah, but you can't just have someone say you have wrinkles and you not need to go check a fucking mirror right that moment. Like, that shit fucks me up sometimes. Yeah, apparently I've got gray hairs and wrinkles, everybody. I'm really living up to the fucking title. I swear it's not that bad, said the liar. Damn, wait, we need to get the... Where is it? Gonna have to put this on in a minute. Not because of the singing, just because it's the fucking hair. It's me going gray! Yeah. I feel bad for you, old man. Fuck. God fucking damn it. It's actually so rough, though. Like, it was so funny, but like, I will not deny there was a little bit of hurt in that laugh that I have. Y'all know that feeling where it's like you just laugh through the pain. You laugh to hide the hurt. Alright, let's see how this functions, because now the enemy should die and drop experience. They do. Now I picked that experience up, and it doesn't seem to be doing anything. What if I do... this? It doesn't seem to be attaching correctly. Is it? Do I need to... that? Is that what I need to do? But yeah, so there you go. That was one of the funny things that happened this weekend. Got roasted by 2 kids, just like absolutely owning me. Feel even older now. Alright, here we go. Value not reading. So this is value player. So yeah, it's clearly wrong. So clearly if I leave it as just value, it should be the value from the experience is getting added to the thing. That should be what's happening. Player level system, right? Player level system, current level plus. That would probably be part of it. Current experience needs to go up, not current level. Okay, so that should fix that problem. Hey, now the bar's filling up. And now the UI triggers. Cool. Wanted to ask if you have Slay the Princess. I don't think so, but I did look at the game at one point. It's easy to see from the store, right? I do not. To be fair, I think this is a phenomenally done game. I did watch, was it RT play through it? It was very, very good. Which, again, like, I want to stress, this is a perfect example of you don't need to be a incredible programmer or anything like that to just make a game. If you had it, would you stream it? Probably, yeah. But yeah, again, I have seen the game, which makes it a bit less of a appetizing thing, because I'd probably know too much of what I need to actually do. And a lot of the beauty of this game is the initial experience. Admittedly, I didn't see everything the game has to offer, so it would be something long term I'd consider. I'll put that there. Think about it later. Because what have I got on my list at the moment? God, I cannot stress enough how much I actually do want to sit down and play this. And this will be a fucking phenomenal time. For a stream. To go AFK and do something. What did I miss? Oh, just talking about some games. Like, legitimately here, everything you see is stuff I would probably play on stream. Especially if I could. I honestly should just remove Civ at this point. If it's on sale, I can buy the princess for you. You're gonna buy me a princess if it's on sale? Isn't that, like, illegal? Isn't that human trafficking? If anyone's wondering why, like, I do have money technically in my account on Steam. If you look here. That is because I'm saving that, because I sold my Dota, some of my Dota stuff, because I want to buy Endless Legend 2 on release. We don't have lore here, fair. Like, I cannot stress enough how much I really, really want to play this game. I do not think I can play this on stream, because I do not think my computer will handle it. But I am going to 100% play the shit out of this game. I'm so excited for this. This is, like, up there in my most anticipated games, just full stop. I could probably sell some more stuff. What's in my inventory that I could sell? Surely I've got more Dota stuff I could sell. This is worth 7 cents. Incredible. Ah, yes. The Stanley Parable announcer stuff. God, I loved that. Oh, this is worth like $2. Alright, I'll sell that one. Yeah, I know about the additional confirmation. Like, anything that's above $1 is probably worth me selling at this point. Little Pudge. Is this worth anything? No. What else do I have in here? I have a lot of... Again, I had a lot more. We've already sold a bunch. I played a lot of Dota, okay? Give me some fucking space on that one. How did Adobe Illustrator? Oh, the Adobe Illustrator name? That's actually just straight up. The logic behind it is very simple. You know that one meme? Where it's just like... Microsoft Word has started playing, fucking Skyrim or whatever the fuck it is. And the person just goes, damn, even my paper is, giving up on me. I saw that, I laughed so fucking hard, and I'm just like, well, I'm using a lot of Adobe Illustrator for some work that I was doing at the time, so I just did that, and I haven't changed it since. That's literally the logic behind it. I just find it really funny that people end up having to play with Adobe Illustrator now. And I've just never been asked to change it, even though I really should, because for like, from several different standpoints and angles, I should change that shit. Every time Mel starts streaming, exactly. That's the other thing as well, is it just, in collabs, it's led to a little bit of confusion as well. Because, like, people are like, who the fuck's Adobe Illustrator? So what was it sitting at? It's like 120. Tell me your profile pic's also Adobe. Not even just the profile pic. Do you guys want to see the profile again? I can show the profile in a second. Let me just finish finding anything that's worth over $1 in my list of shit here. Because my profile is an indication of how willing I am to commit to a bit. Oh, here we go, another 1.90. Yeah, I'll be making like a whole 20 bucks off all of the stuff I'm selling. It's insane. Alright, there we go. That's all my Dota stuff. Do I have like Payday 2 stuff I could sell? It's worth it? Not really, right? Yeah, I kind of want to go back and play Payday 2, man. It's such a fun game. Has Payday 3 gotten better yet? Has it gotten, like, arcade feeling yet, or nah? Payday 2 was fun. Payday 2 was great. The fuck do I have in here? Oh, yeah, that. And that one, yeah. Ah, yes. All of the just shit everywhere in here. The problem is none of these will be worth any money. So, you wanted to see my profile? this is my profile. This is how committed to the bit I am. So not only do we have the thing, we also have a border that's like an orange glow to add to it. And then my description of my account is: Adobe Illustrator is a vector graphics editor and design program developed and marketed by Adobe Ink. Originally designed for the Apple Macintosh, developed by Adobe Illustrator, began in 1985. Along with the Creative Cloud, Illustrator CC was released. So yeah, no, I fully committed to the bit and actually did the full thing. I also technically tried to find a background thing for the account that looks as like programmy and or like draw code sort of stuff relative to Adobe Illustrator as I could, so that's why we end up with this background. I do think, and I'll say this openly, when I do my rebranding for stuff, which is not going to be anything substantial, it's just going to be like profile icons getting changed across the board, and then when I put the emotes in, I'll probably also change this to actually fit with the grander scheme of things. Because I think we're at a stage where I probably should. As much as I love this bit will hurt me long term. I'm pretty sure I don't even have any of my aliases anymore. Yeah, I cleared all aliases. Because there were some that were not okay. There were some that from like days I would swap from something to do a bit with everyone in a group, where we would all be named something really stupid. So we could play a game and all have the dumb name together. It was just fun. Actually, let me quickly go onto my Steam app so I can verify all those things. Because it should just be one button press I need to do. Confirmations. Da, 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 da. Cool. All my confirmations are done. So it'll be like 20 bucks I get from that, which isn't actually that bad, all things considered. Oh, I would not mind getting that money. Okay, so now we're in an interesting situation. I need to pull up the cooldowns system. Because we need to write a pause thing, if we haven't already. We have not. Cool. Oh, I've already sold one of the things immediately. Forgot to clear my previous names. One of them was my last name. Hell yeah. How people you did in CSGO 5 5-man Microsoft peer and uses names against randoms. Yeah. But nice, Devil, doxing yourself like that. Good on you. Dude, there's already like 2 of my things have been sold. Wait, what? Yeah, I've already sold things. What have I sold? I want to look. Email. Bloodfeather Feast and Requiem of the Dead have already been sold. Wow. Mildly impressive. Send a relevant video on Discord. Even my hobby gave up on me. Yeah, I just looked over at the show-off thing. Alright, what do you got here?
Oh shit! Oh man, I didn't realize I doxed myself. Oh fuck! It's fucked. How could I have doxed myself? It's not like my first name and fucking pictures are.
Dude, that. No, Devil, you doing that is the same issue, the same one as, that fucking one meme I did in that YouTube short that I did. Accidentally doxes his viewers. Exactly. Of course I would do it. And I mean, what? No, I love that. That's great energy, though. I like that. Oh, which one was it again? Which one was it? There was one of them that I did. It was the what is a VTuber one, right? Yeah, that having a vine boom every half a second, that sounds foul, but it's so true. That would work really well. Nice, up there. There we are. Yeah, that's it there.
Hey Dad, what's a VTuber?
Well, son, a virtual YouTuber, or VTuber for short, is a term used for online content creators that use a virtual avatar that typically uses real-time motion capture.
But Dad, what does that mean?
Well, what is a VTuber then? Well, it's typically an anime
No, it's not this
character of some kind that mimics real-life movements of an individual behind the screen. So why would you do this?
Oh, no, it is this
that's a
one.
good
Yeah.
question. I can't speak for all VTubers out there, but there's a fair few common reasons. It may be for comfort, because they might not feel comfortable being in front of a camera or with how they appear. Maybe for safety, because maybe they don't want to show their face on the internet like a dumbass and potentially jeopardize their day-to-day life. There's also a very popular reason that I come across, which is they just kind of wanted to. There's all sorts of different VTubers out there. They've kind of fit just about any type of interest there is. Hey.
Gotta love that. What am I doing? Wait, I don't even need to do a pause function. That was one of the cool things I have with how I've set this up. There we go. I remember I forgot to share the timestamps of your last karaoke where the audio was clipping. Should I send them on Discord channel or DM you? Either or. So I can actually go check them out. Yeah, I haven't listened back yet, because I've just not had the time, but I will listen back at some point anyway. But if you have like exact moments I can use, I can try and test out and see what's happening. Because I'd like to see why it's clipping and what's clipping specifically. And whether it's something that I need to be concerned about in general, or if it's something that's just a very easy just patch fix. Because if there's like, if I just need to move a value somewhere, then I don't see a problem. But if I need to do a grander, like, sweep across my audio to fix it, that will be something where I'll have to consider, like, what I want to do with it. I mean, one of the important things to also keep in mind is that, like, how my mic's set up is very important, because the way I've got it set up currently is it's typically speaking about 30 to 50... Like, it's nearly... like, consistently around that 40 centimeter, like, it's between 30 and 50 centimeters from my face. So how I've got the audio to capture all of me and gate correctly and everything like that might not work when I put the fucking mic like 10 centimeters from my face. So that might genuinely just be me, like, I need to pull some of my values down a little bit for those moments and then just, like, not sit right in front of my microphone as aggressively. Because it's equivalent to me from speaking where I am here to speaking about here. Do you hear the difference immediately? Right? And I have to also project a fair bit more when I'm talking from here. Which does tend to lead me to sounding possibly louder? I don't know. I also need to do... Where is it? There it is. Honestly, I could just do an exit run. Yeah. Oh yeah, it is already pre-done for exit. Cool. Ugh. Alright, we're like almost 2 hours into the stream, so when do I start talking about Magic the Gathering again? It's gotta happen soon, right? Ooh, I don't cancel pathing yet. Yeah, I need to pause the pathing of the enemies. Thought we were safe. You're never safe from them. You're never safe. Come on. Be realistic. Let's. Path trim, pathing trigger. Spit batch. Okay, so we need to set up a enemy pause. So how do I... Wait, let me look something quickly. So pathing reset is just pathing trigger. Pathing trigger is add that. So what if we just have, yeah, so it's path end. And then enemy unpause equals function with our enemy parent. And then we copy. Oh, we just do enemy path reset. Enemy path reset. Yeah. There we go. And then go into here. Do I have... Yeah, we have a pause and unpause. Okay, cool. So... game manager dot enemy spawner core dot enemy pause. Then unpause the game. Game manager dot enemy spawn core dot enemy unpause. Boom. So shouldn't the speed multiplier be added to the unpause effect? That makes more sense to me. I don't know. And then... leveling should not be this, but it should be pause. Game pause. This one? Yeah, it's just pause game. Should not be capitalized, but we'll sort that out again later. And then we replace this with unpause game. There we go. Can't believe Malith was the Bay Harbor doxer, the way he showed my face on stream. Damn. The Bay Harbor doxer. Wild. Thought about that one only now. It is a good joke. It is deserving in the delay. It's fine. You're fine. You're good. Right, so now when we level up, enemies should stop moving. Yes, but they do still keep animating. That's fine. Alright, we're getting there. We're getting there. Things are progressing. Oh, just as a little thing I saw that I do want to kind of like make a thing of. If I recall correctly, isn't it Hatsumiku's birthday at the moment? I'll be sure to scream your username, devil, if I see you. Hell yeah. Do not know. Yes, it is. Okay. But yeah, no, that's... Isn't... Okay, be careful how I phrase it. Isn't she 18 now? Oh, bro. And there are actually 2 dates? Oh, okay. But a bunch of people were talking about it today. Okay. Fucking... Have y'all seen... the thing about the Polish millionaire? She's probably quite a bit older. Yeah, she probably is. But have you seen the thing about the Polish millionaire? That's like getting a shitload of flack for being an asshole. Never mind, she is 18. Hell yeah. Now I can draw lewd out of her. I mean, what? But the legal age in New Zealand is 16, Batman. Which one? The one where it's the guy that's like at a baseball game, I think it is, or some shit like that. And he snatches the hat away from the dude that's handing it to a kid. The only reason I'm bringing this up is because I just saw that apparently he's released a statement in response. And I find it fucking incredible at how much of an ass he is. Like, it's impressive. I remember. Hell yeah. Because, have you seen his response? Apparently his response is, in quotation marks... Let's see if I can pull this up exactly. Here we are. The recent incident at the tennis match has caused a disproportionate online uproar. It's all about the famous hat, of course. Yes, I took it. Yes, I did it quickly. Because, as I've always said, life is first come, first served. He claimed. I understand that some people might not like it, but please, let's not make a global scandal out of the hat. It's just a hat. If you were faster, you would have it. Regarding online hate, I remind you that insulting a public figure is subject to legal liability. All offensive comments, slander, and insinuations will be analyzed for the possibility of taking the matter to court. You know what also exists? The court of public opinion. If the vast majority of people have said very clearly they do not like the fact that you took an action like this, that is not something you can take to fucking court. So no, this is absolutely just despicable behavior. Because, again, I want to stress, the vast majority of the opinion online I saw about that was a lot of people going like, he needs to apologize and like give that kid his hat back. Right? Like, the vast majority of people, that is the opinion I saw. And the fact that he is not only not apologized, he's also not giving the hat. And I'm gonna be honest, kinda just being an ass. Can't wait to get, like, sent in the mail, something about, like, oh, I'm taking you to court. I'm like, good luck trying to do that. Because, again, people are entitled to their opinions of you, and nothing being said the vast majority of the time is actually slanderous. In fact, I will love the best part of what is going to come out of this is his lawyers are going to go, you cannot do anything about the vast majority of what's being said. What do you mean? They're being so mean to me online. It's like, they're speaking the truth. You are literally doing the snatching candy from a baby scenario, and you're trying to justify it. I'm sorry. I'm impressed if that is your attempt at being that. So no, I can't respect the fact that that is the way he's phrased it as well. Like, there is a reasonable argument of first come, first serve. I will accept this. However, when something is being given to someone, you step the fuck out the way. Like, that was very clearly the hat was being given to the kid. But yeah. No, I do think that, like, I can do... But yeah, going back to Hatsune Miku for a moment, on a more positive note, I could do lewd art of her now. I could. I won't do it for her 18th birthday, but I can do it now. And it would be fine. It also means I can take Hatsune Miku out drinking. Let's go. Oh god, Hatsune Miku can vote. I did some sort of sale a hat that was being given to a kid. Yeah, so a Polish CEO millionaire took a hat that was being handed to a kid by a player, like out of the player's hand before the kid even had a chance. And he is attempting to justify the action. Yeah, like the kid didn't have the opportunity to grab it, and he's making an argument of you need to be faster next time. Like, that's legitimately his statement. I find that incredibly disrespectful to both the player and the child. Can literally make a drinking game based on her now? Oh, yeah. But no, it's just upsetting to see someone act like that. Because it's just... that is someone that is not good-natured. Now, admittedly, them being millionaire and CEO immediately should tell you that that's probably not the case. But like that... I can't wait for the scandal to blow out of proportion, because it will. Like, it would have probably breezed over in another week or so, and people would have forgotten. But now that he has dug his heels in, it's not gonna go away. And it's actually a very dangerous game for him to do this. I mean, I hate children, but this is just, yeah. No, like, that's the thing, is like, regardless of if you're, like, anything like that, that's just being a dick. You cannot, in my eyes, justify such an action. The clips in Discord? Yeah. Let's see. Like, the kid had his hands on it as well, too. He actually rips it out of his hands. Because I'm pretty sure he grabs it as the kid's going to grab it. The kid has his hand on it, and he rips it out of his hand. That's not even a being faster. That's literally tearing it out of a child's hands. And it's stuff like that just, yeah, no, that's called theft. Loosely? Again, it's a really difficult gray area. Like, this is one of the, okay, I will say this very openly. This is a very gray area because technically speaking, there was no act of anything happening there that could be considered truly illegal. However, it is a morally dick move. There's a clip of the situation in it. When's the clip of the situation? So I can, like, skip around in it. Because I'll happily show it on stream. There we go.
His sign cap was snatched away during the U.S. Open 2025. Majerzak personally met the boy, gifted him a down. The fan
There we go. 33 seconds. Yeah.
clips of him grabbing the cap and walking away have gone viral, sparking outrage across social
Yeah, that.
grabbing the cap and walking away have gone viral, sparking outrage across social
Like, I'm sorry, you cannot justify that action. Like, that's such a dick move. And like,
him
this is the
grabbing the
thing.
cap and walking away have gone viral.
You can't even say, like, anything to this argument. This is literally what happens. What happened. Like, this is the clip we've all seen towards this scenario. The kid is getting handed it. In the process of getting it into his hands, this guy just takes it. And the kid's, like, actually being a good sport about this, by the way.
Sparking outrage across social media and review sites.
Like, cause him and his friends, like, very much react with a, like, come on, man. Really? Yeah, exactly, Sweeb, exactly. Thank God there's millionaires here to teach children hardships in life. It's just such a sad thing to see. Because I can't understand, especially the argument he's making to justify that. It's like, oh, it's my hat now. Don't want to be a dick myself, but imagine that kid becomes a lawyer in the future and fucks the guy over. That is the kind of moment to inspire someone for that sort of thing. No, I just find that extremely upsetting because, like, that is a moment that is, like, something, the kid gets given this hat, and this kid treasures that hat. Now, thankfully, again, like, what I skipped over in that video is that I'm pretty sure the player went and met with the kid afterwards and made sure he got something. Right? And he took, like, photos of him and everything. But no, like, we've had so many controversies recently regarding, like, CEOs and millionaires that I'm actually kind of glad that we're getting so many now, because it's seeming like we're actually revealing how corroded this top end is. Because I feel like we've not been bringing enough attention to how corroded the top end is. Not to get into too, like, overly opinionated and political scenario, but I think that's the one thing that I do like coming out of the story, is that it's just like, oh no, we're actually seeing how much of an asshole these people are. And I'm hoping that we are going to proceed to see the court of public opinion become greater and greater moving forward. Because I want to stress, if he ends up actually taking people to court with slander, that will probably be the end of his professional career. Because at that stage in time, people will find out where he works, find out all that stuff, and they'll actively avoid it. There will be companies that will refuse to work with him because of just the implications of being associated with an individual like that. Things like that. This will quickly get us to talk about a very overly opinionated and political scenario, but yeah, I agree. Yeah. Like, it's... Overall, we've already seen this being the case, by the way, where people in charge of things causing these problems. Now, I want to stress, I have argued against this sort of in the past with the talk around the discrepancy between artist and art, right? An artist can be definitely questionably moral, all these sorts of things, as long as they're not actually committing crime. I don't really have a true issue. This is slightly different, though, because this is someone in charge of a business. And a business is, unlike a story being told, you can see what the story is. A business run by someone that has corroded morals is typically a little bit more obvious, because you start to actually see that there is a lot worse things they do. Now, I'm not saying that's definitely the case in this scenario, but we've found more than enough with history that someone that has slightly bankruptcy of morality, like a slight bankruptcy of morality in some sectors, tend to have it in others. They'll tend to do dirty deals. They'll tend to avoid taxes, you know, stuff like that. So that's kind of something that I don't think these groups are quite ready for as an outcome. And I'm hoping we actually get to the point that, like, as said, we get to a thing where, like, it no longer can be rich people can just get away with things because, or think they can get away with things because they have money. Like, being a dick to kids is kind of high on my list of you're just an asshole. Not liking kids or being, like, generally not antagonistic, but, like, just very anti-kids, that's fine. I'm not against that. But this is different. Right? What was that? Timestamps. Thank you. Let's see. Might be saying the problem's in noise gate or limiter. Yeah, that makes sense, because it is, again, like, mic being closer. Yeah, I'll have a look, again, like, I'll have a further look into it, Sweep, but I agree. I don't like kids myself, but being an asshole with them is a whole nother matter. Yeah, like, I think that's the important thing to take away, is it's like, again, it's the same with disliking cats. Let's use that as an example, right? I miss when I existed. Same. But like, it's the same with like thing. It's like, there's a huge difference between like, oh, I really don't like cats, to like kicking a cat. And I think we can all agree that someone saying, I don't like cats, and someone kicking a cat, there's a big difference on how people would react. I know how I would react in the given scenarios. I sadly don't anymore. Big sad, yeah. Or just exist. Just do it. Make your dreams be memes? No, that's not it. Hey, Banky, how's it going? Alright, so we do have leveling set up loosely now. We trigger the level up, we don't actually do anything with it currently though. So we're getting there, we're getting there. Don't let your dreams be memes. Ah, that's what it is. No, beating the shit out of cats. Yeah, well, I mean, like, that's, yeah, so that's what it comes down to, is like, there's a huge difference between disliking something and being an asshole to the thing. That's the important thing to take away from the scenario. In case, to those that have just popped in, we were talking about that one CEO that, like, stole the hat from the kid at the baseball game. And how it's just like, God, the fact that he's trying to justify it. Yikes. Gotta get some sleep. It was a nice 2 hours of your life. Thanks for wasting the evening. My only day off from work this week. Yeah, dude, I hope you get a good weekend next weekend where you actually get to take a proper, like, 2-day break. Devil. But yes, no, have a good one. Have a good rest. Catch you later. Haktor, you say tomorrow. Ugh. Man, I hate hats. Is that an Australian accent? Damn. I guess Kiwis are not well enough known for their accent to be noticeably different. No, it's not Australian, it's New Zealand. There's a fair bit of a difference, where they're a lot more nasally than us. We're a fair bit more gravelled. Oi, mate! That's more your Aussie. Oh, go to the barbecue, cracking Sheila. Meanwhile, here we are with the, to be fair, my voice is a little bit deeper than the average, so that's also another thing. Oh, my phone's fallen out of its charging. Okay, you're working now? There we go. Cracking Sheila. Okay, how do I want to handle the initial setup for this? Because I think at the moment... it's just the show stuff. Alright. Bye, YouTube chat. Man jumped all the way over to YouTube quickly to say bye to YouTube. Wow, devil. How nice of you. Now go the fuck to bed. Croaky today is a real snobber knocker. Tells you. God damn it. Oi, mate. It's a little bit more... Yeah, no, I'd not be able to pull that one off. It's hard to notice the difference, but I loved learning that you guys are called Kiwi. Oh yeah, no, we're called Kiwis. Yeah, New Zealanders, like, are... It's... I think it's kind of one of those things of, like, most countries have, like, the name where it's like, again, like, if you're in Poland, you're Polish, right? In New Zealand, you're a New Zealander. But we have the casual terming of Kiwi. And that is typically used only by people that actually know us. I'll say that very openly, is like, that is something that is not very common in a lot of other countries to hear referred to as. Outside of, like, Australia and, like, a couple of places. Like, we even refer to ourselves as Kiwis in political settings. So, you know. Because it's very much based on our national bird. The Kiwi. Those little brown boys with the big feet and the big beak. I used to be able to draw a really cool cartoon Kiwi, actually. See if I can do it still. It was something I used to do back in, like, high school. I wish I was a Kiwi. Kiwis are fun. Cause he's fruity? Hell yeah. Come on, paint. I just want paint. Come on. The computer is dying miserably right now. Give it a moment. It's that moment of the stream. I've been trying to open paint earlier before stream starts for these, purely because it means I don't have to deal with this scenario. But that's the problem, is I still do. Yeah. While that's launching, I'm gonna start and stop there. Or stop and start there. Ah! Flashback! Okay, let's see if I can draw it quickly. I'll just do it in paint, though. Because I think I used to do... Ooh. This is really hard to do like this. There you go. Cartoon Kiwi. Very quick. Buy a Sniper Elite 4, it's 80% off, comes out at $9, damn. Terrible at shooting though. I used to be able to draw that way better, but that's something I used to draw a good little bit in my books in high school. Because I was considering doing animation. Can't handle pain, you know it's really bad. I'll have you know. I'll have you know that it is the other stuff that's causing problems. But since it's white on black background, I can see this is a nightmare. That's fair, actually. Yeah, because it's the inverted colors. I'm doing this because most of y'all, it's nighttime, so it's better to do that. Now I understand when you learn to draw feet. Look. Oh, apparently I opened up multiple paints. That's probably part of the issue as well. Tell me how that's not accurate to how the bird looks. Look at that boy. Look at the boy. That's the kiwi bird. Look at them boys. Oh yeah, if you want real horror story, by the way, about kiwis, you want to see something that's going to make you all fucking terrified for a minute? So these little guys are like, you can kind of tell their size by the fact that the people can pick them up, right? Like this. You want to see the truest horror story of your life? You want to see how big their eggs are? Yeah, like, this is how big they get, right? You can still pick them up. Do you want to know how big their fucking eggs are? I'm gonna say this, I will find any feet hot with enough. Yeah, that's fair enough. So here is the imagery of what it looks like inside the body. That is how big the size of the egg is. It is about half the size of the fucking bird itself. Like, if the bird is pick-upable, this thing is in your hand and you have to stretch around it. It is big. Respect for the little guy? Yeah, like, imagine having to pop that out. Like, god damn, that's rough. Yeah, it's a big fucking egg. That's just gotta be rough. That's scary? Yeah. So respect the kiwi. You don't want to fuck with those guys. If they can already pop that out, you know they're gonna fuck your shit up. Do I use the level up handler yet? I do not. So the fresh burb that hatches from that egg is already almost as big as the parent. They're about half the size of a parent, yeah. Imagine sitting on an shitting an egg half your size. Yeah. Imagine, like, actually taking both of your legs and, like, that sort of size and popping that out of your body. Just get that image in. Those things are big. Yeah, poor little guys are also, like, endangered because, when the Europeans turned up, they brought with them stuff like cats and possums and such. And rats and all that. So it's basically, there's a lot of rodents that got added, and the ecosystem of New Zealand was not designed to handle rodents. Just realized I was 1 minute in the past. Damn. Do a quick bit of time travel, speed up a minute. You're good. Ooh. Yeah, no, it's unfortunate with that stuff. And obviously the ecological damage is still massive. There's a reason why, like, weasels and stuff like that and ferrets aren't allowed here. Any rodent-styled animal is basically banned from New Zealand. Unless it was already here. Right? Like, unless you can... The ones that are bred here, you can have here. The ones that are brought in, you cannot bring it. It's also why you can't bring in a lot of reptiles. That's a big one. I sold more stuff. We're up to $52. Yay! I'm gonna get like half of the payment done of the Endless Legend just from selling dumb shit. Apparently I sold another thing. Woo! $53. Let's go! Man, I really need to get a new charging cable for my phone. Yippee! Yippee! I still don't fully understand where that came from. I think I saw the meme that it originally came from. And, like, that's just fallen out of my head. The problem is that stuff goes so fast. Because now there's, like, a lizard one or something like that. Is the meme? It's a kid being happy about being able to drink cola because their mum let them. Yeah, that's right. I'm pretty sure it wasn't even English, right? It's just the kid sounded so happy. German? Yeah, that's right. Cause yeah, I just remembered it not being English. That's one of the things I could remember. It's been too long. Germans being happy. What a fucking rarity. Would you try to do the meme in German? I mean, I could try. I don't expect to do it all too successfully. Like, I can speak Alblicker German, and I grew up with it around in my household. So I could possibly do the pronunciation correctly, but that's about as far as I could go. Maybe. Get very big maybes on that one. No, wait. Yeah, so player leveling core, level up handler. So we're gonna need a thing for player level 4. There we go. I'd have to find the meme as well. Like, a transcribed version of it, I think is the safest bet. Or to attempt it, even. Ugh. To be fair, I was still working on fucking, what was it, that one ASMR meme thing? Was it the ASMR, but your fucking boyfriend plays, like, Magic like an asshole, basically? And do a whole series about, like, different decks and different commanders and different colors. I've been enjoying those ones. Like, it's been fun devising some of the ideas behind it. Because basically, I talked about it with Snakers, right? And we decided, like, how we'd do the decks that are, like, given to the basically to the listener. Is that they're all gonna be, like, not good. They're actively going to be bad decks. And it's this guy is bringing in try-hardy decks and giving shitty decks to their partner. And it's like, no, there's actually like a really long-standing issue here where this guy is like... Alright, wait, now it's finally... Mein Gott, mein Mama hat mir in falsch geblaut, dass ich Cola trinken darf. Weil cool ist das bitte, jetzt so in Fortnite und drink Cola. Yippee! Yeah, it's terrible. I know. Working on me? Hell yeah. Here you go. Wait, what do you mean you're actually doing it? Yeah! Wait, you thought I wasn't gonna commit to that bit? That shit's fucking funny. I've been actually, like, setting up to write the scripts out for those and, like, do the testing. I am doing those. That was too funny to me. Because it's also, I don't need to do much editing work, because it's just record the thing, clean it up as I need to, and have one image, and that's it. I might draw the fucking images even. It's just gonna be a hot guy with magic cards. Oh fuck, I could even go find stock imagery for it. It sounds fucking hysterical. That wasn't that bad of pronunciation, hell yeah. With some practice, you get a free YouTube short. True. I mean, again, I grew up with German around, so I have some of the loose phonetic rules in my head. But I haven't practiced in fucking years, so you have to give me a little bit of credit for that. But yeah, no, we are doing that, like, ASMR bit, because that just sounds fucking funny to do. Gonna, like, do them, and they're gonna be, like, a minute long. That's about it. Like, 4 minutes, I think, was the cap that I'm ever gonna aim for. We even made a joke that, what we're gonna do, potentially, for one of them, is that it's just, like, so it's, like, again, it'll be, ASMR playing Magic with your boyfriend, but he plays X, right? And one of them we were, like, playing colorless, and it's just gonna be silence, but sped up. It's just silence, but sped up. That is it. It's gonna be, like, some of the card noises, just all of the ambient noise, that's it. And it's just, that is what is gonna be the noise for that one. Because of how fucked it's gonna be. Because it's colorless, so you don't know what the fuck's happening. But yeah, imagine streaming that. That would be... I don't know if I'd stream it. I think the process of streaming it and then editing it would probably not be a thing I could do on stream effectively. Just expect randomly there to be a thing. Sped up breathing. Basically, it's going to be breathing and card noises. And that's it. Like, I'm actually going to grab my cards and, like, fucking flick them a little bit and everything. Because I do have one deck. Yeah, I have one deck out here with me. If I ever happen to follow my friends again to a Magic the thing, I'm putting you on a speaker. Hell yeah! The best part is, I intend to insult every single, like, archetype and or, like, culture of playing that I can. I refuse to leave any stone unturned with how I'm gonna fuck that up. It's going to suck ass, and it's going to be very funny. And again, I cannot stress enough, I fully expect it to be, like, absolutely awful. So yeah, the only reason I'm gonna probably be slow on it is because I want to have like a few of them made at a time, so I can like release one every week or 2 weeks. It's gonna be peak content where people will recognize you from now on. Hey, that's the guy that makes games and does the dumb Magic the Gathering ASMR. I can't wait for the main character to be a combo player at some point too. It's also, ironically enough, the funniest part about all of it is it's also going to be mildly informative. Right? Because it will be like explaining some mechanics. Which is exactly what I need to be doing. It'll be so dumb. It'll be so fucking dumb. Hey, can you link me a Magic the Gathering guide? What's this? Why'd you send me an ASMR video? Exactly. That would be so fucking dumb. And so funny. I cannot stress enough how much I actually love the idea of it. Like, you gotta admit, me saying I'm gonna make an informative video, you know it was always gonna be informative. Like, it's just the law. Malice Sensei, god damn it. Also, I love, by the way, I just quickly was, being naughty, right? And I was totally not bringing out a deck and playing it just a little bit. That's why I've been, like, slightly quiet and just focusing for a moment there. Because I was just playing a little bit of Magic with myself. Don't mind me, and I already won the game. Because I had a near infinite combo. Let's go. I was naughty. When am I not naughty? Let's be honest. You are hereby punished for being naughty? And that's the end of that bit. What the fuck was that? I hope many of you coughed on your drink just then. At a quick choked moment. I'll tell you as a teaser, I will say now, one of the two things I kind of want to do on the Creative Mess Day is related to the ASMR. It's one of the two things. Watching porn on stream now, we playing Magic the Gathering. Are you playing Magic the Gathering by yourself? No, I'm with the science team. I think it's other, right? Because it's room start. There we go. You know, the best part is whenever I think about, like, that meme with the, are you watching porn by yourself? No, I'm with the science team. It's Melody is the first thing that comes to mind. And it will always be what comes to mind. And I'm not going to tell you what comes to mind. I'm just going to tell you that she comes to mind. Fixing prices on a cash register thing is the most boring thing ever, I bet. That does sound fucking foul. Wait a minute, this isn't porn. This is Craft Magic the Gathering. Do you think, right, real talk, do you think that, like, Brian Kibler falls asleep to card flicking ASMR? And he has to put in headphones, otherwise his partner would fucking strangle him. Imagine Mela starting OnlyFans and it's just all Magic the Gathering. It's how I pay for it all. But I know what you mean by yeah, no, 100%. Like, it's... yeah. I haven't ever watched her on the other platform, and if you know what I mean by that, you don't know. I haven't watched her over there at all. There is no other channel that she has. It's only her YouTube and Twitch. Yeah. Came here for spicy mouth. Nah, fuck you. Here's the latest Magic the Gathering pack opening. Oh, you have no idea how badly I'd love to do a Magic the Gathering pack opening stream, where I get like a booster box or two and just open packs. I openly will say this, the next lot of big pack stuff I would ever buy, I'll do that shit on stream. The problem is, that ain't happening for a very long time. Cause, I need to I need to finish paying off my current debt. Then I need to have, like, it's around $300 per booster box. So I need a fair bit of money, and I prefer to kind of get the PC at that point. If I only ever watch her on YouTube and Twitch, yeah, those are the only places to watch her. It's definitely the only places to watch Melody. Yeah. Dude, this is one of those times, right, where, like, I've talked before of if I ever met X person, like, how would I react and stuff like that. I do not know how I would react with Mel, because it's just straight up like a, hi, yeah, so I've watched some of your content. Oh yeah, what content? Well, I've watched some of your streams. Oh yeah? Yeah. Yeah. So why are you looking down? Well, I can't look you in the face right now. Yeah, do you want to shake hands? Yeah, no, I've watched. Yeah, actually, that's the phrasing. I've watched Mel's yoga. I've seen her yoga classes. Her yoga classes are great. Yeah, her yoga. Yoga. Yeah, it's yoga. She does a lot of stretches. Yoga. Yep, yoga. To be fair, I'm pretty sure I've made part of her kit literally a joke at that as well, right? Where's her kit? Yeah, item, yoga, literally quotation marks, yoga pants. I think it's been changed, though, what it was gonna do. I know it's in my notes. Because I didn't like the idea of how it was designed before. And I tried to come up with more creative answers. That's Zen. That's Kason. That's Juniper. That's Fauna. Mel, swap passive and item. Item to ability, ability to passive. So, passive to item, so Ghost in the Machine becomes the new item. Item to ability, so Yoga Pants becomes Malware, and Malware becomes her passive. Q, I'm horny now? Damn. Yeah, that's right, because I wanted to give this more interesting power with the Malware. Which, by the way, can we just stress how fucking... how funny and genius it is? My big brain moment that I called it Malware. It's Malware? It's get it? Dude, it's genius. Every once in a while, I'm astounded at myself for ticking that right box perfectly. Malware, though? I mean, it already has that enough as a reference, but having it as malware like that shows it gives you so many different things to work with. It's such a good, like, multifaceted play on words, and I'm so proud of myself for that one. And then you get, like, the serious one where it's fucking Ghost in the Machine. Malware? Yeah. Also, can we appreciate that still Onigiri's ability will forever be in capitals, you burnt rice? It's the only one that had, like, this was the only name of a thing of hers that I had to make sure was in there. And if you're questioning this, yes, she has burnt rice. And no, I will not let that shit slide. I think I've done good with some of the names. But yeah, that's the one that I just fucking love. You burnt fucking rice? Ah, yes. Apricot's passive Terry. On the burning water level, it is. Because that's basically what you have to do. Yeah, also her ultimate being Onibro, because Onibro is fucking Onibro. To be fair, Bao is still the character that I expect to be one of the most complex to code, weirdly, but like is gonna be so dumb when it works. Though, I think the most complex will be Neuro, because that's gonna actually be like a lot of work to make that one work well. When you play as Gary, it's just actually Onibro. Nah, I'm gonna release Onibro as a separate character, and it's just gonna be like he's just God. But yeah, Bao, Fubuki. I still love this Fubuki design. I think it's cool. Nyanas. Billion is such a shitpost idea. I still think this is really funny. Because, yeah, it's while moving, you lose health, but gain damage, and damage amount is higher at lower health thresholds. And then you get damage reduction based on your missing health, and then your ult is you literally throw yourself in a direction, dealing damage along the path, and you bounce off walls and extend the duration. Tell me how that's not a perfect idea for Fillion. It's just like, she is going all over the place. There is damage fucking everywhere. I don't think anyone knows what's going on. If you get a map that has, like, very tight corridors as well, you could potentially be stuck in your ult, like, forever. Which would be really funny. Could use some backflips. I mean, that's what the ult is going to be. It's going to be her flipping around, basically. Also, yes, I am currently trying to procrastinate on the work because I was getting annoyed with it. I totally am not doing that right now. No, I'd never procrastinate. Why would I ever do that? Okay, can we appreciate as well? This is way too much about me. So I've got like notes here in brackets about each of the characters. Like something about an ability that I'm like, no, I have to do this, right? So like, Marnie summons a ship to fire cannons. Crony, main weapon's got like the clock lancet from Vampire Survivors. Ollie has like revive, zombie, grave, passive. VTuber's biggest simp can equip with twice as many weapons and abilities rerolls cost health instead, but in rerolls are converted into max health. Stuff like that, right? Like, this is kind of how I frame the character, somewhat. So I know what I want to do. Can we just talk about how Doobies is literally just, despite all her rage, she's still just a rat in the cage? It's the only note that's there. It's the only note for Doobie. And every time you hear that, all you're thinking about is that one thing where she's grabbing onto the bars and screaming. Oh no, my music stopped. What OST do I want to use now? That was Ori and the something. Will of the Wisps, I think. What's a good OST list that I can see here? Sure, we'll go that. I really need to kick my ass into gear, though, because I need to finish redoing all of these characters up, get all of the ones here written, implemented as well at some point, and then just get through designing the rest of these more and more. I really need to pull my shit together and just push further. It's getting louder now. There we go. Bone Trollers. Nah, I just found, like, I literally just scrolled down the recommended list and I just found, was it the Mass Effect one? We'll do that. I haven't heard the Mass Effect theme music in ages. Still kind of want to do a replay of that at some point. I might give it another year or two before I get around to it, though. Good lord, that is a long list of things that I've got going there. Oh, that's right, isn't it? No, there's a function for setting this up the first time. What am I doing? Construct list. Yeah, there we go. No, no, wait. Oh, fuck, what was it? List set. Okay, so this will be weapons, items. Next one in the list is other skill options. So that's... Oh wait, no, that's a bit different. Wait, no, because this isn't the equipped, it's just all of the weapons and things that they can have. Alright, me despairing, have fun. Catch you later, Sweeb. Have a good one. Yes, weapons equip, items equip, other skills equip. That's what I actually do need to augment here. So it was what I had before. So weapon equipped equals weapons. Items. Items equipped. And then what are the other grouping of things called? Abilities. That should be everything there said. Ugh. That should work out nicely. Well, hopefully. Do you play hentai games? You mentioned love for Nekopara. I don't tend to play hentai games, no. And I got into Nekopara not because it was a hentai game. I just found out that it was... Ironically enough, I played through Nekopara I think once or twice before I even found out there was an R18 patch for it. I mean... If we look through my library, you'll find very quickly I don't have, like, lewd games. Like, this one's done by the same people that did Nekopara, that's why I have this one. And I haven't even finished it. I only got so far. The problem with this one was that it's like, there's multiple routes, and it takes ages to do each one. What else have we got? I do have Sakura games, which Sakura games do kind of fall into that, like, slightly lewd category, I guess. I don't think they're actively, though. I don't know, I haven't played enough of them. I got a bunch of them at once. Yeah, here we are. Sakura Angels, Sakura Agent, Sakura Angels, Sakura Beach 2, Sakura Dungeon, Sakura Fantasy Chapter 1, Sakura Magical Girls, Sakura Nova, Sakura Santa, Sakura Shrine Girls, Sakura Space, Sakura Spirit, Sakura Swim Club. And you can see from all of them, I've never played them. I just own them. Is there anything else in here? I don't think these are loot. I just know them visual novels. So you draw and have read, but don't necessarily play, huh? Yeah, pretty much. I'm definitely not someone that... Okay, this is wild to say. All things considered. I'm not someone that really interacts with, like, pornographic stuff very much. Or interacts with it for any, like, grander purpose. Like, I've watched... one of the fucking series I'm watching at the moment, has some ecchi in it, for example. But I'm not watching because it's an ecchi series, I'm watching because it's a dumb rom-com. What's the name of it? Kurowai Medaka ni Watashi no Kawaii ga Tsujinai. It was actually really funny because I was talking about this with, a friend I have the other day, and she made a joke. It's just like, oh, drawing that much, you must have very empty balls, is what she said. Which I did chuckle at, but I'm just like, yeah, no, I don't get off to my own art. The fuck? I draw it. Look, don't get me wrong, I draw some of them for the love of the fucking game, but like, that's about it. And that's what the Narissa stuff is, for example. Which I can't wait to finish that one. That one's gonna be a fun one to finish. And no, I'm not gonna work on it on stream because I'm pretty sure it goes into the category of not okay. I might be able to sneak some time in to work on it today? Maybe. Depends how the afternoon goes if I get the time to work on it. You could stream on Discord? I could stream on Discord. I technically did stream working on that on Discord a little bit, actually. Because I was showing a friend of mine the work I was doing on it. To which he responded saying if I had like a Fansly or something, he'd put money into it. And I'm like, dude, what? Why specifically that platform? And it's just like, it's the one I use. And I'm like, okay, sure. It's so weird for that, because I don't like the idea of splitting up too many option things for that, right? I'm already bad enough for the fact that I've split my not safe for work and my safe for work content up where I get my monetary thing for it. I want to add more things to the fucking chain that I won't be able to fucking follow. To be fair, I do... Okay. I'm going to tell you this now. There is a secret Twitter account I have that I do post some of the lewd art and other art testing that I do on. And I've been randomly posting shit to it for a long time, but I've designed it in a way that it will be fairly hard to find. Partly because it's not even in English. But, you know. Do you know you can stream on Fansly? Yes, I did know that. I don't know much about Fansly, though. Or a lot of those sorts of platforms. Because they're very mobile orientated, right? You tempted me to become a stalker? I mean, it's just me posting stuff completely... Because I like the idea of posting this stuff unrelated to myself, so people outside of that do not know me at all can look at this art and judge it, like, individually from myself. That's something that I actually quite like doing with some of this stuff, because it means that I get, like, a very pure opinion and thought of the art that I do. No biased opinions, pretty much. Is I get no bias from people that know me. Even if it's, like, not really an issue. But yeah, all I'll tell you is that what I post over there, I don't post anything in English. In fact, when I was posting the sketches that I would do of the Star Rail characters, I would post the date I worked on them, but I would write it in not in English. Or, well, partly not English. Which just adds to, like, the anonymity I get from that account. Because it's not in English. It's funny, because I've had to translate the bio a few times to remind myself what the fuck it actually says. I might have to edit the bio soon. Because I don't even have a link to, like, any places to support or anything, or the place to commission. Which I should probably do that. So it's actually, like, correctly attached and can be considered an advertisement architecture. I'll spend 30 minutes trying to find it because you make it sound like it's a challenge. It's not. There is 2 really easy ways to find it. In fact, I'm gonna test the theory of finding one of the ways. There's another way that's very fucking easy to find it, but that's because I know what I'm looking for. If I do this, and then I open up this, pretty sure this should work. You'll probably find it very, very quickly. Come on. And this. Alright, I need to drag the thing a bit better. Okay, that's not gonna work like that. Alright, that's fine. That should work. Oh, can I not because of safe search? Yeah, safe search is on. Wait, let me... Okay, then I'm gonna open up a new browser thing for it. I'm actually curious if I can search my own stuff up and how hard it would be. Look, everyone ego searches from time to time. Really? That doesn't work. Surely this image would, though. Because this one isn't thinged. Really? Huh. Well, there you go. Okay, one of the methods I have for searching it doesn't work. Might actually make it quite hard to find then. Okay, well, then that technically means there's only one easy way to find it. And that easy way is not easy because you would need to know what I know, and you don't know what I know. So it probably makes it quite hard to find. Huh. There's a fun little challenge thing for that. There's normally a very cheaty way to find stuff like that, and it doesn't seem to work. That's kind of funny. I'm sure you could just ask, like, ChatGPT and it would find it, though. It's probably how it would work. It's like, what Twitter account is this image from? Fucking imagine. I still don't have a ChatGPT profile thing, so I don't have access to it. Fair. I don't know how long I've had mine for. I've had it for a while, because, like, I think it would be 3 years ago I got an account for it, because we had to do it for uni. For the, my second degree that I was doing around software engineering. Because we needed to test, okay. Legitimately speaking, there was a time where we put a test against the lecturers where we're like, we want to see how far this is doable with this thing, with one of the exercises we were doing. And it's like, you know what? Let's see what actually happens. And it was fucking awful. And we all laughed our heads off going, cool, we've learned this was just bad. Don't do that. I should probably just do this as an if statement. It'll be easy enough. Array length. Options list is less than options count. Options count equals array length options list. There we go. That will save an error potentially occurring long term. Something I could have considered a long time ago. But yeah, no, I'm curious if you do give it a solid try, like if you'll be able to find that account clip. Because I can tell you now, there is one easy avenue. If you know where you're looking, you'll be able to find it. But that is pure and simply, that is a problem in itself. I wonder, how easy would it be to figure it out? Pretty easy. Yeah. Yeah, pretty easy. It is the only one like that. Probably won't find it, but hearing you having issues makes me more interested. Well, like I said, there's two avenues that I would use to find it. One of them is reverse image searching, which is what I just did, and Google wouldn't come up with it. So that means the reverse image search won't work. So that means you have to find a way of finding out where the fuck those images might be on Twitter. Technically there is one avenue you have if you know enough about what I've posted on there. Otherwise, there's one avenue that doesn't require knowing what's posted on there. You just need to know that it is non-English. That is all you need to know. There's also the thing of me not knowing much about you and your other and your channel. Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest, finding that information would not require you knowing me. It would just require you being able to look in the right locations. Because technically, there is a public info location where you could find it. It's whether or not you know to look there. I say it that way because, like, for example, you'd not be able to find it from my Twitter likes, for example, because that shit ain't public anymore. Speaking of, what do my likes look like right now? Art, animation, art. Art's an Amico, art. Really cool art. Yeah, there we go. There's one of the things I liked from my own account. My other account, I should say. Gonna have to convince me at some point while I'm not paying attention to show my likes, and then maybe you'll find it from there. Because I've shown my likes on Twitter a few times, because it's always cool to see some of the art and art techniques that are on there. Admittedly, one of the things that hurts the most still, every time I look at art technique things, is like watching someone doing the drawing like on a tablet, and like actually having a screen on the tablet, and I'm like, I really fucking need to do that shit, because that will help, they'll speed up my process a lot more. It's not going to make me better, it's just going to speed me up, because I'm no longer going to have to do the weird hand-eye coordination and moving shit around in the weird way that I currently do, which is very, very... like something I'm very envious of. There we go. Alright. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna do some experimentation on stream with an idea that I've talked about before. I've not worked on this myself yet, external to this. I've been theory crafting it, have not done it yet. So, bear with me while we try and test this out. Y'all ready to try something that could potentially go extremely poorly? Okay, so let's go to characters, and let's go to player characters, and let's open a new folder called Testing Update. Post this in here. Let's launch it. Okay. So, I think I've talked about this before, but I did buy a pack of animations in pixel art here to test out. And I want to see how this looks to work with for a character. So now I need to figure out what fucking character looks good with this animation. Because I'll have to do editing of the animations, but I'll, like, do something basic for now. Because, like, this would not be Iron Mouse. Iron Mouse would not bob like that. Iron Mouse would also have her legs probably closer together, maybe? Who's someone I could think of that would actually have, like, a fairly wide stance? Would bob up and down a little bit more and not sway. Could argue Kason. Booby. Doki wouldn't probably be a bad bet. So how this is all works is I can basically fuck with each individual part, and if I truly wanted to, which is the intention long term, if I per se went, okay, no, I don't like how it just bobs up and down, so what I could instead do is I go to the front leg here, and I'm like, okay, well, what we can actually do now is rotate this a little bit, do this with it, and then I'll be able to tweak it. That's the idea, is I use this as a foundation point, I work from that, and I develop the thing. Fuck it, we'll just use Iron Mouse for now. Even though this is not the posing I'd like to use for it. Okay. So... how do I want to approach this? I still probably want to have them in the parts. So I'm gonna probably want a hair layer. That I will sketch up with. That's a different color. Let's B for brush in this one, that's right. Okay, so I need a reference piece. Iron Mouse models. I believe it's the Season 2 model that I want. God, I love that delinquent outfit. It was such a good one. It's a Season VR. Yeah, so it's Season 2, not Idle. Season 3, there we go. Is there not a... There is a reference page for it. Where the fuck is that? Not here? Oh, there we go. Here's that. So, alright, there we go. So, but the only Twitter account I have is suspended indefinitely for no reason. Let me create a new one real quick. Fair enough. How did you... to be fair, I can't... You know one of the things that sucks? I can't make new Twitter accounts in New Zealand anymore without paying for them. It's something that they changed like in the last year or so. Alright, so, torso-wise, let's use... let's use purple for this. So, it would be... Why? 'Cause apparently New Zealand was one of the big sources of bots. So, instead of, like, actually resolving the problem, they've decided to punish everyone. I just keep fucking that up. There we go. Do that, and then front leg is the purpley sort of blue. At about the knee level. And then brown boots, very similar to this color, so we'll just use that color. And then back leg is kind of similar pink here. So it comes all the way up to here. And then the skin tone is very porcelain-esque. Just go with you know, that doesn't actually look too bad. All things considered. How do I do the art for this? So it'd be that. Give me the PNG to work from. don't think it's this big. Is it this big? Alright, finally the fucking image is loading. Why does creating a Twitter account require so much BS? Welcome to the bullshit that they did. So now you have to follow people manually, and it's really irritating, especially if you want to just follow, like, one person. Yeah, I can't do eyes like that again anymore. The face doesn't fit it. That looks fucking ugu kawaii a little too much. How do you do it in this kind of face? That just looks wrong. With the hair, it doesn't look so bad, I guess. No, that just doesn't look right. Yeah, that doesn't look right either. That leaves so much less room for expression on the face. Like, overall, the quality is probably going to be better, but the facial expression being so much less hurts. It's so less cutesy. I kind of want to keep it cutesy. I might enlarge the head. Okay, that looks a little bug-eyed right now. But if I go to the here layer... And then do this. Round it off a bit. See, that doesn't look too bad. You've gained a follower. Wait, did you actually find it? Let me see. Let's see. No, it doesn't look like you did, unless this isn't updated yet. See if I can refresh it and force it to... Is it update? No, doesn't look like it. Oh, my regular? Oh, okay, that makes... yeah. I was gonna say. My alt account I know you haven't found, though. My alt account where I draw shit on. Yeah, my main account where I barely fucking use and post just the schedules. Realistically. I do post art for the game over there, though. And memes from time to time. It's more the replies that you need to look for. I don't post actively, I post a lot of replies. I have very funny, dumb replies sometimes. Like this one. I like this one. Ah, yes, and this one that I talked about the other day, where it's just like, can you fix her? It's like, maybe, but whatever the hell's going on is way hotter. I wish my balls hanged low. Do they wobble to and fro? Can you tie them in a knot? Can you tie them in a bow? Ah, yeah, the freaky orca. And I just go like, I swear I've seen this before. Please don't run from me. It triggers my prey drive. It's easy as fuck. Did you figure out the very easy way to find it? Because like I said, there's a very, very easy way to find it. If you know where to look. I'll ask you this. Is it something that's, like, easily available within the screen that you used? You're literally not hiding it at all, really? Yeah, again, it's one of those things of, if you know where to look, you'll find it. If you don't, then you won't find it. Because I bet it's the thing that's, like, really just sitting here. Yeah, cool. It is exactly what... Again, that's what I meant by, like, if you knew where to look, you'll find it really quickly and easily. It's not insanely hard. It is just not something that I think a lot of people will think very... It's too obvious, is I think the problem. Checking all your replies, it was the second. Yeah. Figured as much. Ah, that doesn't look right. Did you trace those, or did you replicate them? The Star Rail stuff, bit of both. The early ones I traced fully, the later ones I traced parts of, at most. I tried to get better. Again, those were me practicing for, getting the technique down of getting the lines done. Which is actually a really good way of practicing, by the way, is to, like, if you want to draw, like, a nice clean line, for example, to use a traced point for it. Because then you can figure out the correct positioning of your hand, all that sort of stuff. It's very useful. That's the whole point of those Star Rail exercises that I did. I still have them on my computer, so I can show them real easy. It would be under... Yeah? Yeah. They're all in here. By the way, if you ever do want to do something like that, is something that you progressively get better and better at. What I did with these is I set myself a timer of, I think it was like 20 minutes or 40 minutes, one of the two. And I was only allowed to draw for that. That long. And it's really nice because you get to see a progression as well, because I did it sometimes daily, sometimes not. I expected it to be more. Oh yeah, no, that account I've only kind of occasionally posted to. But like, yeah, this being my first attempt. This was the very first attempt that I ever did of any of the stuff for this. This was fully traced and I was not feeling too happy with it. But this is me getting, like, fully back into art, right? Having not drawn for years, outside of, like, bits and pieces from time to time. So, that, it looks very rough, it looks very scuffed up in a lot of ways. The line work's terrible in a lot of parts. I couldn't do long lines at this stage at all, and you can really tell that. So I struggled super hard. The details are a bit rough around the edges as well. But it was like, I learned a lot from this. Like, hell, you can even tell that the body shaping isn't anywhere close to right with the legs, for example. And then I like looking at that because then I can look at later ones I did. Let's look at a nicer piece, one that's got a little bit more to it. Yeah, this is probably a better example. Posting things that were traced as your own is bad? Yes, correct. If you trace things and you don't reference where you traced it from, that's a problem. Or don't make an effort to make it clear, right? Now, admittedly, that account doesn't make it clear, and you can call me out on that. But I also make it very, like, I feel like I make it very obvious to the account that it's like, it is designed to just be practice. And it's where I post shit that's like part done and in progress. But yeah, this is like months later is me doing this, and this wasn't even fully traced. Like, you compare that to what you just saw with the Jinglue, and it's night and day. And that's the point of what I was doing with this. This is a incredibly great way for me to be able to recognize my progression. To be able to go, oh yeah, no, I'm getting better. Do not think you're not getting better. Like, the face came out much, much better. There's still parts of it that I could do a lot better with details and stuff like that, but like I got better at putting in the shade lines quickly. The hands look actually really decent, all things considered. I think one of the best examples is Silver Wolf. Will always be the Silver Wolf. So this was the first Silver Wolf attempt I did. Right. And I've shown this stuff before, but I really like kind of using this as a example point for people that ever sit there and go, oh, you're so good, I could never be as good. Right? Keep in mind as well, I come from a background where when I was younger, I went to not tournaments, but like art galleries submitting pieces. Like, I was considered very top of my class. I actually got out of primary school teaching time to go do art because I was so good. Right, so this is the first Silver Wolf I did. This isn't too bad. You can see already, there's a lot of stuff that I'm kind of learning. Some of the line definitions, not too bad, but there's a little bit of sketchiness to it all. It's still got a lot of problems and issues going on. But I'm starting to get there with a lot of shape language and ideas. So we have that, and then where is the next one? Yeah, I think this one's the next one I did, and it was just her head, because I gave myself 20 minutes for these, so I focused on details that I wanted to do. Headshots were really big for something I wasn't confident with, and I wanted to work on. And this was what, like, by comparison, I got to. So in the time it took me to do that full model, I only did the bust here. But the quality difference is substantial. And that is why, like, I kept trying to do pieces that I'd done before as well in the later stages. Because you get to see a very clear difference between what I was able to do before and what I'm able to do now. I'm able to do a higher quality, but I'm able to do it, I have to do it slower. That's fine. Quality is something that takes ages to learn to get better at. Speed is something that just comes with time. Quality is something that you have to actively be searching to get better at. And then, like, by comparison nowadays, we have... Where's Discord? The progression of being able to do something like this in the space of about, was it 3-4 hours? And I can easily do substantially better than this, and I should be doing better than this. I will get better than this. I will keep improving. But the fact that I was able to do this together in that time, when I haven't also been doing, like, this sort of coloring a lot, and I was using tools I hadn't ever used before. I mentioned it was around 3 hours. Yeah, I think it was like 3 hours. I know it's between 3 and 4 hours. It's that range. And that's including initial sketch all the way to final drawing. Which I've shown the initial sketch here. So we went from that to this. So, this is why, like, I cannot stress enough, irregardless of your latent talent, hard work gets you places. It takes time. That is the hard part. I did not start being just perfect at doing this stuff again, especially after all of the shit that I've gotten to with all of this. I have worked to get better. I mean, fuck, at the moment, this is a great example. I'm now experimenting with how do I make this character not look shit? How do I make this character look cute, but not bug-eyed as fuck? No, that looks terrible. Because as a reminder, this is what we have from before. Let me actually pull up. let's pull this up. So this is what we have currently for Iron Mouse. And this is what we've got now. So let's just kind of do some recoloring as well. Just that color. Ooh, sure. That color. This, we like that, and do also here, there, and front arm, just that, and then. Oh, yeah, that's actually a good point. The front arm should also have... Oh, that'll be... Let's do the back arm first, yeah. This front arm have this bit here. And then back arm will have that. That torso. There, that. I think her hair is too flat. Is part of the issue as well. That a bit better. Let's see. Do that. That. you know, this is actually looking a lot better than I expected. It's a lot less detail in specific areas, but there's a lot more detail in others. Yeah, all things considered, this doesn't actually come out too poorly. So I could also, theoretically... I really wanted to do something along those sorts of lines. If I had one more block to work with, I think this would come out nicely, but I don't think it's going to work. Admittedly, this is always the fun part. The moment I take the hair away, it looks awful. As well. That's just mildly funny. Yeah, I think making the head bigger has added a lot to the actual good part of the detail. And that's drastically improved upon it. What am I getting a ping about? Oh, it's just that. Okay. So, I mean, the question becomes, though, do we like this more than this? Let me get a proper side-by-side for this. Now, obviously, there's more details and cleanup that I would need to do to the new one, but if we were to take these two and put them side by side, what do we like more? I like the fluffiness of the right one's here, but the left one's definitely better in your opinion? Yeah, it's a hard one. Because it's such a style difference. Right? That there's no wrong answer. They're both very different. Like the left one, the right one is chonky and the left one's more defined, I guess. Yeah, because it's like the right one's much more chibi designed. Like I define it as like you've got chibi versus high def. Even though technically speaking, you wanna know the funniest part is? This sprite is 32 by 32 and it uses up the entire box. This sprite is 48 by 48 and it doesn't use up the entire box. They're actually pretty much the same size. It's just difference in, like, proportional quality. In this one, we've shrunk the head and enlarged the body to have a lot more going on. RTX on, RTX off, pretty much. So it's like, do we want to define the face more? Or do we want to define the whole body more? That's definitely kind of what this comes down to. Like, I would argue the right one's definitely cuter, though. But the left one does just look... I don't like using better, but better does kind of come to mind with it. I'm going to quickly just screenshot these two next to each other, and I'm going to go post it in the Discord and ask what everyone's opinions are of just having these two next to each other like this. And then just get info from that as well. Because this is actually, again, I cannot stress, this is a really intense decision because this defines how I proceed with character designs from this point onwards. Do I need to go back and redo all of the characters I've done up until now? Or do I, like, what? Alright, there we go. My spell checking is awful. Here we go. Maybe if you somewhat redid the left one's head, there's a charm of everyone just being chibi. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what we've already done, right? Because, like, as a comparison point, this is the head size normally. This is the head that we've got. It's like twice as big now. If you look between these two. So I've already enlarged the head a lot for the design to still, like, encapsulate a lot of the core detailing of the character. Anything larger than this and it might start getting disproportionate and cause, like, it actually to look worse. And that's the general avoidance. After looking at it more, I like the right one more. It's cute. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the point with the original stuff. It was very much based on on holocure. But, like, the original design was a carbon copy of holocure. Then I altered it substantially, changing proportions, sizes, stylings, and stuff like that. And that's what we ended up with there. And that's what we've currently got running around in the game, right? So if I launch this quickly, it's hard to see because we're not zoomed in. Like, we could be a lot more zoomed in. I could probably tweak that really quickly in a moment. Actually, launching the other game would probably be better. Because that just straight up has the thing more closely in. Think of it like this as well, as if I do the new option, I have a lot more detailing I can do with animations. So, for example, what I was complaining about a second ago, idle animations and running animations would become more unique. So, for example, certain characters might have completely different posturing. And it would be a lot more obvious the difference between them. Whereas currently, it's pretty low on the diversity on that. The characters look unique enough, for the most part, so that's fine. Because again, you'll see more than just Iron Mouse with this, as an example point. You'll see every character we have currently under our banner that is done in here. Like, this is what these look like in the world space. This is what they actually look like. Right? It's hard to choose. Like, I don't think I can actually choose. Because I like both. I think most people lean towards the chibi for the most part, which is again the original design. And I'll also stress this, there is another reason why I'm more positive towards the original design. To give an idea, this has 10 frames. I could trim some, but it's 10 frames. This is 4 frames. And 2 of these are copies. Literally, this is 1, this is 3. Right? There's little to no difference between them. The left one looks like a platformer character. You know, I agree with that, actually. I think that's actually a very accurate way of looking at it. I think the left one's great, but not maybe for the game we're doing. I'm mistaking directions now, that's fair. I mean, I probably need to finish up soon as well, because I'm starting to get tired. My throat's starting to be sore. Well, I'll leave the question up for now over on the Discord and see what discussion occurs around it there. And I might be bringing this up from time to time. Right? Or turn-based RP. Yeah, like, I feel the left one is something I would love to use, but maybe not for this game. I think, again, it's that thing of, like, the left one looks so nice. The quality of it, the more detail being done with the character. Like, there's so much from it that I can do. But it just takes that little bit further away from the thing. Next game in 15 years, basically. But, like, I think that this would be great for either a, like, beginning Final Fantasy style game, or a platformer, as said. Which, ironically enough, if I look through the animations, it does have things for doing platformer / side-scroller fighting. So, there's an argument there. I think, for now, there's not an answer, though. It was a good little experiment to do that, though. Now I have a design to play around with and think about while I work on this stuff. Reminding that I'm working on something that I don't want to work on. Ugh. You know what? Yeah, let's finish up today, because I can't be arsed working more on the fucking leveling up. I'll do more of it in my free time later this week. Ugh. I just don't like doing it. It's not fun. We're pretty much there, though. Like, once we get through some of the basic testing, it'll be fine. That's how I feel. Like, there's a game dev on YouTube making a platformer or something. The left one looks like a character that fit their game. Yeah. Like, I feel like it's a great design, but not for this. I think there's nothing else that I'm thinking towards it other than that. Is that I think quality-wise and, like, overall-wise, I think the left one will be better in most cases, but in this unique scenario, I think it's better to just go with the hyper chibi styles. Because again, keep in mind, the other advantage we have is juxtaposition. right? So we have that chibi design, but in contrast to the chibi design, we also have the splash arts, which are super, super thing. Right? Like, again, you can see this was very much designed off that reference piece I was using a second ago. With the Iron Mouse splash, but like, so we have that chibi Iron Mouse, and then we have this as the thing when it fucking loads. Come on, computer. I believe in you. Gambatte! But yeah, no, feel free to link me the channel when you do think of it. Come on. Oh wow, my computer is actually dying miserably right now. Magical. How is it so hard to load a fucking image? Like, seriously. To be fair, I think I clicked on it a little too much, so I think I'm opening two of it, but still. One of these days, the PC upgrade will happen. One of these days. Roger also declared the chibi supremacy in Discord. Yeah, I saw that. And again, it's one of those things of, I think that's gonna be the resounding opinion in my experience. Because it's also the thing. Remember when you said this year PC upgrade? Yeah, at the beginning of the year when things are very different and I was fucking naive. Look, I'm still hoping it's possible, but I'll be honest, at this rate, it's probably not. Because I need about 2.5 grand New Zealand to finish that. So that'd be like 1.7k or something like that. Because I have the GPU and the motherboard and the SSD and the RAM to get, basically. And then like a little bit of stuff. That's a lot. It's half the PC. Well, it's half the cost of the PC. It's not half the PC. I have peripherals, I have the PSU, I have the CPU, I have some fans, I have the case. So that's where I'm at. And, like, getting RAM, I can get RAM for really cheap. Like, I could get the RAM for probably like $100 in total for a good chunk of it. SSD I can probably get somewhere between $200 to $400. The motherboard is about $500, and the GPU is about 1.4 thousand. And that's the problem. And that's me being fairly reserved on a lot of the things I'm doing with it as well. That's the other painful part. Because this PC, while it's now behind in a lot of regards, it is still top of the fucking line for when it was made, and it's still hella fucking strong. The fact that, again, this PC was made like 5-6 years ago? Oh no, sorry, it's nearly 10 years ago, I think. If not, is 10 years ago when I built this PC. And I've only upgraded it lightly since with stuff like RAM. So when you think about it like that, like, this PC is insanely powerful for the fact that it's still keeping up. Well, I say while my computer is basically frozen. I am running streaming, a VTube studio, and then all of my game dev stuff in the background. So I feel like it's doing impressively well given that context. But no, I like to, if I build something or anything like that, I like to future-proof as much as possible. So I wouldn't be doing something that's like, I'm buying as top of the line as I can within an affordable limit. There's a reason why there's the bar at the bottom that kind of indicates where we're at. Where it's like 5k for the PC total, in New Zealand specifically. That's the thing I had to keep specifying. Because I know a few people I've talked to that are like, that's a shitload of money. And it's like, it's New Zealand. It's like, how much difference is that to US? It's like, basically, it's like 60% of that. It's like $3,000 at most US, probably, to build this PC. Which is actually pretty normal for a decent end PC, all things considered. The splash art's loading still, by the way. That's why the screen is grey. But yeah, nah, it is what it is. Like, once the GPU is purchased, I am pretty much on the home straight, because anything from that point onwards, I can buy very quickly. So what I clearly need to do is just find a sugar mom. Like a sugar mama or a sugar daddy. And I'm set. Or in my case, is it more like sugar grandpa? At my age? It's also funny as well, because, like, I'm at the age bracket where, like, everyone around me is buying houses, getting married, having kids, all that stuff. Here I am, like, I want bigger PC. But there we go. That's the splash art. Eventually it loaded. I love how all that talk was just summarized by, I need a sugar. Yeah. Nah, like, that's, again, there's a reason why I'm job searching at the moment, is like, everything I do is just not enough. That's fine. I'll get there. But yeah. The higher quality splash art kind of gaps the thing overall, I feel. So that makes it, like, really nice of a juxtaposition. Fucking flabbergasted when you said you were, youngest at the dinner thing, the kid emotionally destroyed you. Yeah, so I was the youngest adult there. Of all my friends, so again, Noxie and Snakers are like half a year older than me. And then our friends are like 2 or 3, like the kids' parents are like 2-3 years older than them. The kids, though, are much younger. So, again, I cannot stress enough, like, in most of my IRL friend groups now, I am the actually youngest. Normally not by a substantial amount. We're normally, like, same year or something. So it makes a lot of sense. But that's why I say, like, around my age bracket, these things are happening. Makes me a little disenfranchised with everything. Because I'm just, like, living in the back of a garage, basically. Drawing pornography and programming games and playing games. Which is not something you really would be expecting of my age bracket without, like, something weird going on. 'Tis what it is. So damn, old man, you're not so old. Yeah, exactly. I'm not that old, all things considered. I've just been called old since I've been single digits. That sounds more reasonable. Oh, what? Did you think that was like, I'm hanging out with people that are like 10 years older than me? Fuck no. Again, I'm saying my age bracket. Like, I don't think I hang out with anyone that's in their 40s at this stage. And that's not by, like, a choice thing. That's just because I don't hang out with anyone that's in their 40s. It's like 20s and 30s, like late 20s and 30s are the range of people I hang out with. Like, I hang out with, like, a couple of people that are a little younger than me from time to time. That's about it. Pretty much everyone I know was born in the 90s, though. That's why I say, like, most people are about the same age as me. Right? Oh, no, I know a couple of people born in the 80s in my friend group. Yeah. Like, late 80s. Yeah. Anyway. I'm starting to get distracted. Ugh. But I'm just old at heart. That's what I am. I mean, I've told the story. I worked at a rest home at one point, and there were residents there. So again, a rest home is very much like elderly and dementia care. Mainly dementia care where we were at, so not a lot of people that were actually incredibly old. There was definitely like a 100-year-old there, though. But, like, there was plenty of people there that are like, there is a spare room there, you fucking probably should move in there. I'm like, I'm not that old. And they're like, you fucking act like it. You act worse than us. Damn. That's rough. That was a good fair few years ago now. Ah, well. Alright. I'm gonna finish up here so I can go be an old man and take a nap. And I wish I'm kidding with that. Probably actually gonna go sleep for a bit. So, with that being the case, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome, stay awesome, and I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye.